lights, but you are looking at a view inside Mission Control Houston at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The team of flight controllers here on the ground is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak. And today's ground IV, which is the prime voice that you hear communicating to our spacewalkers, is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. To her right is our Capcom, or capsule communicator, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, who will be communicating with the crew that is back on board this space station.
Warnings and cautions for you both.
V1 copies and ready to copy.
V2.
All right, avoid electrical connectors, grounding tabs, and sensitive interfaces on the temp stow and primary FSE rings, and sensitive areas on the joints, SLE and CLA. We're also coming up on our EDF work, so avoid pulling too hard on the EDF lanyards and side-loading the EDFs.
V1 copies.
EV2.
For EV1, quick question on our RET choreography here. Right now, I still have a RET going from the crew lock bag to the mutt ball stack mutt. Is that one eventually coming down to the FSE?
A-firm, you can put that RET on the FSE.
Okay, in work.
Jenny, I see my four-man fairlead does seem to be staying in place.
Copy.
All right, Jessica, I see you coming down with your APFR. You're looking in a good configuration.
EV2. Seaward 6.
And Jess, can I verify, is your four-man's fairlead staying in place, or did you report that it's not staying in place?
I reported that I saw that it was.
Okay, good news. Thanks, Jess. And while I have you, can you just confirm that you did the seat-a-cart brake release?
Actually, no, I did not. I guess I needed another reminder there. I did not do that brake release, so keep that in mind for the way back.
That's fine. It was precautionary. We'll catch it on the backside. We'd like you to continue getting to the work site and getting the APFR ready.
See.
And on the left hand of your screen there, you are seeing NASA astronaut Chris Williams' helmet cam as he removes that MLI multi-layer insulation from the spare joint that is staged and ready to go outside the International Space Station. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is continuing to make her way to today's work site and get her articulating portable foot restraint installed.
I think I might need to go around to the other side to get the Velcro on the back of it.
Okay, copy.
It is attached to, we have a RET going to the D-ring out and adjustable from the mutt ball stack mutt. One end of that adjustable is attached to the tether point on that.
Copy. And Jenny, I'm going to put this at a clocking of 3.
A-firm, clocking of 3. Would you like your additional settings?
Not quite yet.
Okay, copy. I can confirm clocking of 3. And nice work, Chris. You can translate around ESP2 to the aft side of the spare joint.
Copy. Heading around to the aft side.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we are now 31 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are working to translate to their work sites in preparation of swapping out a failed wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
And install of the APFR. Jess, your next task is to continue with the stowage of the MLI on the mud ball stack mutt. Sounds like Chris got it tethered for you and potentially released the quarter turn fasteners. Once he can release on the aft side, you can bundle the MLI using the adjustable.
And I'm going back around, looking in a good configuration, Jess.
At this time, the work site is successfully set up and prepared for today's spacewalk. Williams did remove that MLI or multi-layer insulation from the spare joint. Next up, our spacewalking duo will work together to utilize the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to remove bolts on the spare joint fasteners. And this spare wrist joint will then be temporarily stowed while the duo makes its way over to the cannon arm 2 and does some work on the end effector.
Great. And Chris, we also see you getting in position to assist with that MLI, and then you'll be positioning for the joint drive bolt.
Copy.
You guys are doing great, making up good time. Just a reminder, our workspace is really tight today, so we're keeping a close eye and also want you to be wary of any sort of helmet or visor bumps in your workspace today.
If you want. Thank you. EV1 on the aft side.
Copy.
And in this view, we do have a view of both of our crew members, our spacewalkers today. On the upper left portion of your screen is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She's wearing the unmarked spacesuit. On the right is NASA astronaut Chris Williams wearing the suit with the red stripes.
I'm going to fix that. I took off a little piece, the joint MLI.
Copy. It's hard when we make everything the same color.
Yep. Okay, that MLI that I unvelcroed is velcroed back down.
Copy. And again, you're looking for that joint drive bolt, and your first action will be to press the button and move the drive handle to EVA.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to get into a gear body position here.
Sounds great.
And Jessica Meir does have that MLI, that multi-layer insulation that was removed by Williams, now tethered to her. Williams is going to get the pistol grip tool configured to be able to release bolts from the spare wrist joint there that you see in the center of your screen. Eventually, this will be installed on the Cannon Arm 2 as part of today's spacewalk.
Copy. Working on my DRT.
I have the MLI bundled.
Nice work. That looks great to us, Jess. You can tend it above the CTC and take the square scoop from the mutt ball stack mutt. You'll be installing that on the spare joint, handle pointed aft, and you can leave the mutt jaws open.
Copy. That's not bundled quite as well as I would like, but I think it is out of the way. I think we can leave it where it is for now. I'll work on the scoop.
Copy, and we are happy with that MLI config. Thanks, Jess.
Right.
I've got a BRT down and rigidized, and I'm working my PGT.
Copy. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
Go.
And Jenny, that's handle pointing aft, correct?
A-firm, handle pointing aft.
You may have heard the acronym BRT. That stands for Body Restraint Tether, and that is a way in which the crew members attach themselves to the International Space Station. The crew have a variety of different hooks and fasteners and tethers that they use to make sure that they are always securely attached to the space station or equipment aboard it.
Display is reset.
Good readback. All right, Chris, we are ready for you to drive this joint drive bolt. This will be 225 turns. We will back you up with timing from the ground. It'll be about 4.5 minutes. Let us know when you start.
Copy that. I am ready to start turns. Jessica, I'm starting turns now.
Okay, copy.
And Jess, when you are able, we will take a visual check on the direction of the joint drive. We're looking for counterclockwise from your perspective.
And this view from NASA astronaut Chris Williams' helmet cam as he utilizes the pistol grip tool to release those bolts on the spare joint on the International Space Station that will be installed on the Canadarm2.
Turns.
And from our external cameras, we are actually able to verify good motion. So, Jess, we no longer need that check from you, and we are comfortable waiting for the scoop install until after the bolt if needed.
Okay, yeah, I can confirm that motion right now as well, moving counterclockwise from my perspective.
Excellent.
I am going to pause with the scoop because I don't have anywhere to put my right hand, and it would basically, my right hand would be near the mechanism that's turning. So I'm going to wait with the scoop.
That sounds great to us, Jess. We're learning a lot about this work site today, so no problem.
I can say that I can give a very good inspection right now of the spare. On this side, I see all good connectors. I don't see any FOD. Don't see anything off nominal.
Good news. Thank you.
Turning much more slowly than I anticipated.
And Williams continuing to drive those bolts. As the ground stated, this will take about 4.5 minutes. Doesn't always take this long to drive bolts during spacewalks, but this is a particularly long bolt.
Okay, I have a scoop in my hand. Let's see if I can stow that somewhere.
Yeah, and we can have you wait too, Jess. That's totally fine. We're over halfway through this bolt.
Okay.
$200. Firm 225.
Copy. 225 turns.
All right, we got 225 turns.
Copy. Good turn count. Thanks so much, Chris. You can stow the PGT.
And I can read it. I can see, wow, Chris. I can report negative 69 degrees on the dial. Looks exactly right.
Great news. Wonderful eyesight. We love it.
And Chris, I have a scoop in my hand, and maybe we can work together to put it on this side because I don't have anything to hold on to.
Yep. Stand by one. Let me just, while I'm here, put this joint drive bolt back to motor before I forget.
Copy.
A-firm, that is your next step. Back to motor.
Joint drive is in motor, and the button's popped up.
Copy. Good config. You can assist with the scoop.
Copy.
Some happy reports from the team here on the ground following those 225 drives by the pistol grip tool done by NASA astronaut Chris Williams. So you can see on your screen there helmet cams from both of our spacewalkers today as they work together to help get this spare joint removed.
I think it should be a lot easier from that side. That's the correct orientation. And I will start looking at the ATFR. So, Jenny, first I'm going to move Chris's from 5 to 4.
A-firm, but we do have a step to move the scoop ret to the starboard fram handrail. I want to make sure that you can do that as well.
Okay, copy.
Okay, scoop is on and locked. The handle pointing aft.
Okay, well done. I will grab the other end and get the tether on the starboard handrail.
Copy. Let me.
And the jaws ended up closing, so I will reopen them.
Copy. Release the ret from the scoop.
Oh, no, leave the ret.
Firm.
I'm going to release this end.
Sorry, yep.
Yes, this is the intent of this is that it is the tether for the spare once we remove it, so we are just tethering it to the fram.
Copy. Yep.
Okay, it is tethered to the fram handrail. I think one of the things we might want to consider is, well, I guess the crew lock bag will be gone. Having the crew lock bag right here has made it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be gone when we're back here.
I concur with that. It is kind of in the way, but we'll, yeah.
All right, Houston copies all. We concur it should be out of the way
I'm going to
soon.
check on this mutt because
And if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. We are continuing to cover the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. We're 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6 hours and 40 minutes. Our spacewalkers today are two NASA astronauts, Chris Williams, who's completing the second spacewalk of his career, and Jessica Meir, who is completing her fifth.
Bravo 7. And I'm looking at the access to the mutts. I think I can get, we were worried about access to number 1, I think, right? But I think there's plenty of clearance.
That's a great report. Thank you. And yes, we were concerned with the wobble.
Can you verify with the orientation of the scoop right now?
Yeah, I might need to do a different body position. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jess.
For the jaws of the butt. So look, is this the orientation you were expecting?
Stand by. Oh, sorry, I can't quite see.
Yeah, I think this makes sense for how the scoop is. This is going to be able to attach to the scoop handle. The only problem is you might want to put the ret on the other side of the scoop. So take a look. Jaws are going to close around the starboard side, and
I see what you mean. Let me do that. The scoop is locked, so I can do that. Concur?
Concur.
Houston's following along.
Right, this MDSU is rather inconvenient.
Yeah. Notes on the worksite, Jenny. For me, like positioning that scoop, the one thing that would be good to hold on to the body position is that other temp stow ring that has the sharp edge concerns. So, and then the bag is right there as well. So I think it works really well to have Chris get the scoop from the aft side.
All right, I copy the report, Jess. We do believe you could hold on to the edge of that spare ring, just not the grounding tabs. Those are the sharp edge concern locations.
Okay, copy, that's good to know. And I can see those grounding tabs.
Copy.
And the main task of today's spacewalk is to replace joint number 5 of the wrist joint on the Canadarm2, which malfunctioned during May 27th normal operations. An elevated motor current was experienced and the arm did not move as expected. There is a spare joint on board the International Space Station that Meir and Williams are working to release as we speak that will be installed into the Canadarm2 today.
Bravo 7, counter 2 is set.
Good readback. You can start releasing EDFs. We suggest you start with EDF 5. This will be 5.5 turns.
Copy. EDF 5, 5.5 turns. I see it, and I'm briefing and getting that in work.
Copy.
Have a ret on the APSR.
Copy. And a reminder, this is the potential sticky locking collar APFR. We're well equipped to handle that should it come up.
And Williams now going to use the pistol grip tool in order to further release the spare joint on board the space station.
Great news. Thanks, Jess.
I am starting turns on EDF 5.
Copy.
That's 5.5 turns on EDF and started pulling out when I took the PGT off. That's a good sign.
Copy. 5.5 turns on EDF 5, and it started pulling out. Confirm you can pull it all the way out with the lanyard.
can work. Lanyard's a little bit twisted. Let me see if I can get my hand in there. EDF 5 is fully extracted. All of the retaining tethers are good. Looks like the bolt at the top did come a little bit loose, though.
Okay, we copy, and it does look like it's popped out to us, so that's a good config.
And Jenny, a clocking of 9, correct?
And with that first fastener successfully removed, Williams is now going to work on removing the remaining 5 on the spare joint.
Is the stickiness of... Okay,
Or 1. Go ahead, Jess.
The EDF 6.
I have a black on black and a good pull test, but I'm not passing the flow forward twist.
Copy.
I'm starting turns on EDF 6.
Houston copies.
This sticky locking collar, I can see that I'm in... I think what's happening is it's not going to black on black.
All right, we copy.
And now that I'm in the whiff, it's not turning all the way to...
And Jess, we just want to make sure that there's no interference as you're installing this with structure.
Okay, it may
So
have done it.
potentially you could deploy the ingress aid. We think that that might have been preventing a good install. The locking collar might be a separate issue.
I'm watching the ingress aid. I can see it's coming close to ESP2, but it's not impacting. And I actually got it now. I have black on black, clocking of 9, and a good pull twist test.
Okay, excellent. Your other settings are Fox Fox Charlie 6.
Fox Fox Charlie 6.
Good readback.
And ED1 can confirm that EDF 6 is extracted.
Copy, EDF 6.
And same thing on EDF 6. It does look like that nut at the end. It does look like that nut at the end unthreaded a little bit.
All right, we copy. Not a concern, but EDF 6 is extracted. You can move on to EDF 1.
Copy EDF 1 in work.
Williams continuing to make good progress in removing the fasteners from the spare joint outside the International Space Station.
And Jenny, I've increased my cooling to 7 for the time being. So I think with this one, I know that we thought it had the collar. I think it's actually the pitch knob, my old nemesis, that is very sticky. You can see that it is locked. Now I can push it in, but I'm unable to turn it. Oh, wait, there it goes. It's turning.
We copy.
And meanwhile, Jessica Meir is working to remove the articulating portable foot restraint from the worksite interface structure on board the International Space Station and get that installed, where she will be utilizing it today.
When the pitch knob is locked, can be depressed. Did you, let's see, that was Charlie and 6, correct?
A firm, Fox Fox Charlie 6, and copy, good check on the pitch knob.
And we're starting to come up into a sun pass of the International Space Station, which orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. So we'll see a sunset and sunrise every 45 minutes throughout the duration of our spacewalk today.
Let's see my BRT down here.
Okay, we copy. That was the one that we thought might be a more challenging reach with the wobble, too.
Yeah, if you have the shorter one, I think it would have been doable. Let me see. One last try.
Hey, good data. Thank you, Chris.
I have Charlie 6, that as well.
Copy. Those are good settings. We are ready for you to reconfigure the port APFR. We're looking for Fox Lima 6.
Copy.
I'm going to try Bravo 7 counter 2 on EDF 6.
Good settings.
The 1, sorry.
And that should be EDF 1, Ephraim.
Five and a half turns.
Copy 5.
Johnny, I see that this handrail that I was planning on using for a lot of actions, which is just on the front face of ESC2, just starboard of my ATFR, does have a handrail clamp on it. So does that mean I cannot waist tether to it?
Good question, Jess. You can use that as a local tether point. Obviously, we don't want that to be your prime load path, but it's legal for a local.
I copy legal for local, and also for BIT.
Affirm.
Okay, copy.
Okay, Jenny, I've got those 3 EDFs, 6, 5, and 1 released and pulled out.
Copy 6, 5, and 1 released and pulled out. And Chris, next steps for you are, as written, to maintain control of the joint for Jess's bolts to be released. But since you have a little extra time here, if you can reach EDF 4, that's the one under the scoop, we would also like you to attempt to release that one.
And we are getting some really great views of our spacewalkers today now that we are back in a day pass. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes on the top of your screen, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is on the bottom left of your screen. You can just see her legs and feet there, but she is wearing the unmarked spacesuit today. In the center of your screen is the spare joint that our duo is working to remove from its temporary stowage location and get it in a configuration to eventually be able to install later today on the Canadarm2. We've just surpassed the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk. The crew is continuing to make good progress and is running about 20 minutes or so ahead of the timeline. Today's spacewalk did begin at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, so we are 1 hour, 1 minute, and 30 seconds into the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
5.5 turns on DF4.
Copy, 5.5 turns, EDF4. I see you stowing your PGT, Chris. We'll also take a confirmation that the lanyard can be pulled out.
Yep, stand by. I need to, I think, get down there a little bit more to get in position for that.
Copy.
And NASA astronaut Chris Williams is working to stow that PGT or pistol grip tool for now, but it won't be the last that we see of it today, certainly. It will come into play quite a bit during today's spacewalk. Also in view just above his head there is the mini workstation, which has a variety of tools and tethers and items that will be utilized during today's spacewalk.
After 5.5 turns. Came out a little bit, but not the whole way.
Copy, we're talking it. Chris, we would like you to try jiggling this EDF as you're pulling it out. If that does not work, we will move to doing an additional 2 turns.
Copy. Let me, if I can get a better position here.
At least 2 fires every single year here in Seminole County where they think the fireworks are out. If you do fireworks at home, put it in a bucket of water, let it sit out overnight, and keep it far away. Put it out the end of the driveway. Unfortunately, the instance we've had is where they thought the fireworks were out. They put them close to either a fence or in the garage, and resultantly we have a structure fire. And the last thing we want to see is obviously for injuries, but also for someone to lose their house during the Independence correction, sorry, the Independence Day holidays. Each year, fire departments and emergency rooms treat over thousands and thousands of injuries due to these fireworks. The most common ones that we see are hand, legs, eyes, and face. Protect yourself, your loved ones, your home, and your community by letting professionals handle the fireworks. Come out and enjoy this display. If you're coming out here, hydrate the day before. Start the hydration early. Right now, we're expecting the temperatures, it's predicted to be about 92 degrees for the Red Hot and Boom event. With that comes the feels like temperature. That expected feels like temperature is going to be 100 degrees. For those that are not here from Florida, one of the things that makes this issue is that the humidity is so high, it doesn't allow your skin to evaporate and cool like you would if you were out in the west or Midwest or up north. So you're not going to evaporate and cool as quick as possible. You're going to dehydrate yourself. So look for those signs and symptoms. If you start feeling weak, nauseous, you feel like your heart's racing, all that stuff, start early, get that hydration in. If you're going to be out here for hours because you want to secure a great seat out here in the amphitheater, encourage not bringing just water, but also electrolytes. The liquid IV or anything to supplement with that water. During the summer, obviously we have a lot of heat-related injuries. This year alone, we've had a significant increase. Last year we had, let me get these numbers right here. So to kind of put it out there, last year we had 50 heat-related emergencies and we had 32 transports. This year so far, and we're not even in July, we've had 45 heat-related emergencies and 26 transports. So we're on a significant trend upwards. We hope that during this event, people really pay attention to this heat factor. Again, it's going to be 92 degrees out, 100 degrees feels like. Wear light, cool clothing, stay in the shade as much as possible, and hydrate yourself. Don't forget that alcohol, beer and alcohol will dehydrate you quicker. So consume that water even if you don't feel like you're thirsty. In the event of a storm, it'll be announced through the PA system here. Unfortunately, the mall will be closed at 5 o'clock. There is no going in there for a safety factor. So we do have parking garages, you have your vehicles that are close by hopefully, and there are some places that we can take cover close by as well. But please heed those warnings. One of the last things we also want to see is if a storm comes through with the lightning, protect yourselves, heed the warnings on there, come and get your seats afterwards. reference point, whether it's a hotel or a restaurant or even the stage. Let them know it's on the lower level, the top level, if it's stage left or stage right. And look at the top of those pole numbers for those signs so that we can get to you as quick as possible. So from there, we appreciate y'all being out here. We thank everyone for coming out, and we hope that everyone comes out to enjoy the celebration of Independence Day and they celebrate it safely. Any questions? Perfect.
Do you guys have any desire or need?
In case anyone does use that, so I can just re-clarify that. Somebody's got their thing up here.
Yeah, maybe like what it's called, how people can download it.
Right. Okay. So when you guys are ready. Do you want to ask it again?
Sure. Can you clarify what the app is, how people can use it and download it?
Sure. So when you go to the App Store, when you go to download it, it's going to be Florida CSay. When you click on the app, it'll say see something, say something. There's also a phone number attached to it, which you could also use, which is 855 Florida SAFE, SAFE. But the biggest thing is to know that you do have that application, Florida CSay, that you can download prior to the app and use during our event.
Really quick while we have you, I know the fire department said they'll have around 100. I know you said that you'll have a lot of officers.
Yes.
Is it safe to say dozens, over 100, 100? Can you maybe give us a number range?
We will have a couple hundred
Perfect. Thank you.
law enforcement officers, yes, in attendance.
Anything else, Phil? Thank you for the quick.
You're very welcome.
Did either any of you guys want to do this? We all take on? Thank you guys for coming.
Can we get the cut out? We want to make it easy on you. Thank you. I'm Marley Hathaway, Fox 35. Nice to meet you. I feel like I met you maybe for the first time maybe almost 3 years ago.
No. Oh, no. I encourage let me, or Brandon know, we can do it. Okay, perfect. Yep. Is there any way we can
Oh, that's
here? We did not, so I would know. Okay. Actually, sir, if you want to take Chandler's spot up here, you can. He just wants it for the rest of the conference.
Thanks so much. Well, it's great to be back in the villages. I know we brought the air conditioning out here, so thank you guys for bearing with us. We're unveiling this. You know, normally you do remarks and then you guys sit down. We do. But I think it's better to just show it so that I'm not speaking in front of a black. So do you guys want to go maybe just pull it off? And then we'll see. We'll let everyone know why we're here. All right. So we're happy to be here. That's Secretary of State Cord Byrd and Visit Florida President CEO Brian Griffin. We also have Reps Chamberlain and Yukoski, State Attorney Bill Gladson, Sumter County Sheriff Pat Breeden, Sumter State College President John Temple, Villages CEO Robert Chandler. I want to thank everybody for doing that. We're here to help bring in America 250. This is a long-running thing we've been doing. I think Cord and I started talking about this in 2024, about what Florida would do to be able to honor this really historic occasion. And one of the things that we said we were going to do was all the counties that are named after founding fathers, we were going to commission statues in their honor. And so you got Franklin, Ben Franklin in Franklin County, Hamilton in Hamilton County, Madison in Madison County. When blue states take these statues down, the market value goes down. I get them at a discount. I'm showering the state with statues. It's amazing. But we really believe in honoring the history, the founders, and really an important thing. And I know that there's been a movement recently to kind of tear down those remembrances and to denigrate the founding of this country. We reject that entirely here in the free state of Florida. We understand. We understand that this was an important moment, not just in the history of the United States, obviously, but in all of human history. And certainly, if you go back the last 1,000, 1,500 years, I don't know that there was a single moment that was more important to human freedom than that announcement of independence and the eventual signing of the Declaration of Independence. But throughout that, and we want to do that, and that's the main focus, but what we've also done is recognize people that exemplified the founding principles of this country and also honored them. And part of the reason we did that was because go fast forward, 1776, they do the Declaration, 1787, they do the Constitution. Ben Franklin's walking out of that convention, and he's asked, did you give us a republic or a monarchy? And his answer was, a republic if you can keep it. So they didn't think that they answered these questions for all time. They thought that they were giving the American people just the ticket to the dance to determine whether people could govern themselves. But ultimately, you'd have to have every generation of Americans step up and be counted and defend freedom. And so we've honored people who have done that throughout our history. We did a statue in St. Augustine for Frederick Douglass. He did a big speech there in 1889, and that was something that was very meaningful. We commissioned a statue of President Reagan at Florida International University. The president's house was named after him many years ago, and he obviously was down in South Florida fighting communism in the 1980s. And that's a great statue. We've also done, I did Calvin Coolidge at the Bach Tower Gardens. Amazing statue, a very successful, underrated president, and he was there in Central Florida to commission the Bach Tower back in 1929. It was the final trip he took as president before he turned over the reins. So we've done all these, and we're going to continue to do more. And obviously, President Lincoln is part of that. But I don't want people to think that somehow we're just doing this because it's kind of in vogue for America 250. From the day I took office, we've placed an emphasis on civics education, because you can have people that go on to be welders or business people or doctors or all this other stuff. Every single person we graduate out of our K-12 system is going to be called upon to exercise the duties of being an American citizen. And we're not doing our job if we're just graduating a bunch of blank slates who don't have the understanding of what it means to be an American. They need that foundation to be able to be good citizens. So we not only boosted civics education in terms of the standards and the amount of civics that you need in our school system, but we created speech and debate program, which was not really very big in Florida. Now every school district has speech and debate. We just hosted the state championship in April at New College in Sarasota. The winner got a $50,000 scholarship, which in Florida, we have the lowest in-state tuition in the country. So $6,300 is the same as when I took office. We haven't let them raise it one penny. Even in spite of all the inflation, we've held the line on that. So $50,000, that pays for more than 4 years of tuition, not even close. And then we gave prizes to the others, and there was an America 250. I was just, the other day, I was in, it was Tampa, somewhere, and one of the little girls came and said she won the America 250 essay contest that we did. And she got a scholarship, and she's in like 5th grade or 4th. So these are really important. But one thing we noticed was, I can sit there and say, this is the standard. You got to learn this. You got to learn that. You got to learn all these great things. That's fine, but you need teachers that really understand this and are passionate about it. And the reality is, apart from Florida, most universities in this country are not emphasizing the Western canon and the Western tradition. They typically view the Founding Fathers negatively, as well as the intellectual influences that led to the formation of the United States of America. Part of it's a political agenda. Some of it is they say, oh, well, why would we listen to some philosopher who was like a white male? And it's just kind of the DEI mindset of what. But the thing is the reason why the U.S. has succeeded is because it was built on a pillar of truth and justice and liberty that really is enduring in its importance. And so we looked at that and said, okay, we got to have teachers that really get this, and it's not necessarily even their fault if they go to shoehorn you and they're told, that the Founding Fathers are bad. That's just the nature of it. So we're going to create this Civic Seal of Excellence program. Our K-12 teachers can go through that program. It's a 50-hour course. We got some of the best scholars in the country to lecture on all these different building blocks. You go back to ancient Greece and ancient Rome. You go back to the Enlightenment. You go back to the Christian tradition. You go to British common law. All these different things that led to this is very important to understand. So they go through that program. They get a $3,000 bonus for going through the program. We've had 21,000 teachers participate in this, and it's purely optional. You don't have to do it. And we've paid out over $60 million in bonuses, and the budget I just signed has more of that. We're going to continue that going forward. And the speech and debate initiative that I mentioned originally, we believe not only is it good to understand civic knowledge, it's also good to learn how to think for yourself, how to make arguments. Part of the reason when you have academia that's gone in some of these Ivy League schools, for example, very much imposing an agenda. First of all, I disagree with that agenda, but it also isn't doing the students any favors, because if all you have to do is parrot talking points and repeat the narrative without ever having your assumptions questioned, you are not going to be as sharp a thinker as you need to be. So getting in that speech and debate, you may be given, maybe you hate the Second Amendment, and then you have to argue in favor of the Second. You got to look inside and question your assumptions. You got to see things from another perspective. So fostering critical thinking skills I think is absolutely important, and it's very, very significant in terms of what we're doing. We've done a lot on education. Civics is one part of it. But honestly, I think if you do well in civics, I think it bleeds over to success in some of these other areas of education. We're number one in public higher education for, I think, every year that I've been governor, we've been rated number one for public higher education. We have some of the top rated public universities. We're number one for education freedom. We have been ranked number one for civics education. We had the highest graduation rate in state history in the most recent figures. I just announced our progress monitoring results. Highest proficiency ever recorded in Florida for English language arts and mathematics, which is something that's really, really good. And on it goes. So it's all very important. And I mentioned I just signed the budget yesterday. Florida, so first of all, we have record funding for teacher pay, record funding for school districts, record school choice scholarships, all these things, which are really good. Record money for infrastructure. You know, we're accelerating that project on 75 in Ocala. Really bad traffic there. That wasn't even supposed to start until next decade. We plowed billions and billions of dollars into accelerating these key choke points around Florida. And so those are now underway, and they're going to be delivered maybe a decade ahead of schedule, which is good. But that requires money, and we've put a lot of money. Just the I-4, you go from Tampa to Orlando to Disney, just the I-4 temporary lane has been a big deal, and then that's going to be permanent. So we're doing all that. We've done the largest environmental restoration in the history of the United States of America with our Everglades restoration project. Massive amounts of money that have gone into that, massive success that's gone into that. So we've done big things in terms of using the budget to advance core interests. But even though we did, all those are records in Florida, not even close. The budget I signed yesterday represents the 4th straight year where we've reduced our budget in Florida. How many places are doing that? Do we have any transplanted New Yorkers in the crowd? I see some hands. Honestly, not as many as I thought I would see. So New York State, and I bring them up partially because we have a lot of refugees from there, partially because we're the 3rd most populous state. They're the 4th most populous state. They used to be the most populous state. I mean, I remember someone was in 1960 in that election, Florida had 6 electoral votes. New York had like 46. Now we have 3 to 4 million more residents than New York State does. And yet, even though we have 3 to 4 more million residents, the budget I signed, lowest in 4 years, $117 billion, give or take. New York's budget, with 3 or 4 million fewer people, $268 billion in their budget. And it's like, what is that money going towards? People are sure getting taxed. They're getting taxed a lot, but it just doesn't work. So we are less than half of what they've done. We've had 4 straight years of reducing the budget. And that's not even just saying adjusted for inflation. Yes, if you adjust for inflation and population, it's even more dramatic. Even knowing we've had inflation and population growth, the budget nominally has still gone down. That is not easy to do when you have more people and you have inflation, and yet that's what's happened in the state of Florida. We had a state debt. Now, not that we had like an outrageous state debt compared to Illinois or New York or some of these ones, but we had an opportunity to whack that. So the budget I signed with the accelerated debt repayment program I instituted will have all of Florida's history. Just in my tenure as governor, when the next fiscal year ends, we will have paid off over 52% of the state's total debt in just 8 years. And we now have lowest debt per capita of any state in the United States. We also have this. So we have the lowest number of state government bureaucrats per capita in the entire United States of America. In fact, if you look at the size of the government when I took office in 2019 today, that government is smaller than it was in 2019. And that's when we've had population growth and inflation. The footprint has shrank in the state of Florida. And we're always told, like, you know, these government, Ronald Reagan said the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a government bureau. And there was a lot of truth to that. But I think we're showing that, you know, no, government doesn't have to grow inexorably, that we can actually reduce. And that's what we've done. So, and then our rainy day fund. We had the rainy day fund when I came in to now. We've more than tripled the rainy day fund. In fact, we've maxed it out. We're not allowed under Florida's Constitution to put any more money in the rainy day fund. And look, I hope things continue going well, you know, in future years, particularly, you know, in terms of the national economy. You could have a big market correction. You could have a downturn. Guess what? In Florida, if we need money, you take from the surplus and you plug the hole. You take here and plug this hole. You don't raise tax. You don't do any of that. It's plug and play. It's ready to go. And that's really what our responsibility is, to make sure that we're leaving this better than we found it. And there's no question, if you look at all this, Florida's economy is better than it was 7.5 years ago. Florida's fiscal posture is better than it was. Florida's debt per capita is better and less debt. Less taxes today than 7.5 years ago, and hopefully they'll do something on property tax in November to give people more break on that. So these are all really, really good things, and but it just shows it can be done. You know, we're always told, oh, you just can't, you can never solve these problems, you can never do it. We're showing it can be done, and so if we're able to reduce our budget 4 straight years, even in the face of inflation and population growth, what's the excuse for these other places? Why can't they get this under control? And I think the reason is these are choices that are being made. People are choosing to waste money. People are choosing to do some of these things. It's not that they're incapable of changing course. They just don't want to change course. And part of it is because government itself has become an interest group in many parts of the country. You're even seeing that with local governments here in Florida. You know, they want to put in money to be able to run advertisements to tell you they need more of your money. I mean, like, you know, really, if they have money to do that, then they're overtaxing you. But that's just the nature of it. And I think at the state level in Florida, we've really steered clear of that. So all that is really, really good. So it brings us here today to, you know, why are we doing President Lincoln? And, you know, it's interesting because we do we have any Illinois transplants here in the crowd? We have a few. Okay. We got a lot of them in Southwest Florida. Where we were versus, you know, most of these other people, they had a direct connection to Florida, whether it's President Reagan in South Florida, Coolidge at Bach Tower, Frederick Douglass. I think we're going to do an Andrew Jackson soon. We're going to do Ponce de Leon. We're going to do a bunch of ones, and we're just going to do it throughout the rest of the year. So it'll be good. But you know, Lincoln really not as much direct, but we felt that it was important because of kind of what he stood for. And first, this is a guy of very humble beginnings. I mean, he was born on the outskirts of society in many ways in Kentucky. Of course, grew up in his formative years in Illinois, was not somebody that was born to great wealth or privilege. And he was just somebody that was very smart and worked very hard. He plied the craft of law. See, he did not go to law school. He studied for the bar, he took it, and then he got a practice. I think we should allow that in Florida. You should be able to read for the bar, take it, and not have to pay for law school. You know, the bar hates that because they want it to be a guild, but I think Lincoln, his example is very instructive. I mean, he was largely self-taught, which is really remarkable. And so then he gets into politics, and if you only had his career up until 1859, you'd be like, this guy's one of the biggest political failures ever. It was like one failure after another and all these different things. He ran, quote, kind of ran for the Senate in 1858 against Stephen Douglas. Now, back then, the legislatures voted for the senator, so it was somewhat cosmetic, but they were going around barnstorming, doing these great debates, and he wasn't successful in that. And then, of course, he got elected president very narrowly, very, very small plurality. and really was lucky to get reelected in many respects. That was a very difficult election in 1864. But be that as it may, he's really an example of being able to persevere and overcome a lot of obstacles that are put in your way. And I think if people were seeing like, oh man, you're trying this, you failed last time, you failed this time, all this, a lot of people would have told him to pack it in. And instead, he believed in these key ideas, and so he plowed forward. So he's debating Douglas. And the main issue that they were debating was the Supreme Court's ruling of the Dred Scott decision. And the Dred Scott decision was handed down in 1857. It's viewed today, and at the time even, as a terrible decision, but now one of the worst decisions the Supreme Court has ever rendered. Douglas was in favor of Dred Scott. Abraham Lincoln opposed Dred Scott, and part of it was about what was the role of slavery, the expansion of slavery in the territories. Lincoln and the Republican Party, the whole purpose of the party was you cannot allow slavery to extend into the territories. Democrats wanted slavery in the territories. They said popular sovereignty, just let people vote on it. And so that was a huge dividing line in this 1858 debate. But what Lincoln was raising the question of, that I think is very pertinent to today, where we see some of the judicial decisions that come out, particularly of some of these district courts, as just being way outside what the law or Constitution says, is, what is the proper role of the courts in a representative constitutional democracy? And I think what people in kind of the more modern age have come to is this idea of judicial supremacism, that, you don't worry about the Constitution. It just matters. The only thing that matters, those 9 lawyers on the Supreme Court, they determine the Constitution, meaning, and the rest of you should just be quiet and sit on the sidelines. That is not what Lincoln believed. So Dred Scott came down, and Lincoln said, look, Dred Scott lost his case. I disagree with that ruling, but we have to respect that decision as it relates to Dred Scott. He lost. He can appeal. He can't appeal anymore before the Supreme Court. But when you lose a case, you can appeal, and you do that. That's kind of the way the legal system works. But he says we cannot allow one decision on one set of facts to fix the policy of the entire United States of America. So he rejected the idea that Dred Scott had settled the question once and for all. And I think that that's very, very important, because what he was saying is, he, as someone running for Senate at the time, later as president, he had a duty to interpret the Constitution. You take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. If you think it's unconstitutional to have this in the territories, then you need to govern yourself accordingly. And he cited in these debates Andrew Jackson. When Jackson was president, Jackson vetoed the Bank of the United States bill, the Second Bank of the United States bill. That had been litigated decades before, and the court had said that it was consistent with the necessary and proper clauses of the Constitution and Congress's enumerated powers. Anyways, it's just kind of a constitutional debate. It lands on Jackson's desk, and he says, you know what? I've read the Constitution. I've looked through this. I don't see how this bank is constitutional. And if I don't believe the bank is constitutional, I not only have the right, I have the responsibility to exercise the veto power to be able to stop unconstitutional legislation from taking effect. And so Lincoln and Jackson, and honestly many of the founders, rejected the idea that somehow the court existed above the entire constitutional system. The court is a part of the constitutional system, but it doesn't speak ex cathedra about the Constitution, and we obviously in other branches have a responsibility to interpret and pursue the Constitution as we see fit. So the case of Dred Scott, Lincoln said, fine, I disagree, but we'll abide by it. But as president, he's like, I'm not going to let that fix the entire policy of the country. He said, if you do that, then we cease to become our own rulers. So there's a lot of wisdom in what he was saying back in 1858 and his inauguration address in 1861 about how is power apportioned in a constitution and who ultimately governs. Is it us governing ourselves, but ultimately the court has veto power over a lot of these key questions, or are private cases decided, respected but then the other branches have the responsibility to pursue a constitutional course of action. And so that's very, very important. The other thing I think he did that is pertinent today's time is he relied on the Declaration of Independence for what he was doing. He hearkened back and said, and this kind of goes to a debate we're having now. So the modern left, what they denigrate the founders and they denigrate the founding of the country because they say, oh, these are just a bunch of slave owners. In fact, the New York Times commissioned a project a few years ago, the 1619 Project, and the goal of that was basically to assert things like, oh, the American Revolution was fought because of slavery. And, you know, this is a revolution that was birthed in Massachusetts. They didn't have a lot of slavery, if any, then at the time. You can read why the people were rebelling. They never mention that at all. And so it's a way to try to distort history, to delegitimize the founders, and more importantly, to delegitimize their ideas so that can be weaponized now in the future to pursue an agenda which, quite frankly, is a lot different from what the founding fathers envisioned. So Lincoln and Douglas had this debate basically about what was the true nature of the founding. And Lincoln said, look, the founding fathers wrote that all men are created equal. They said what they wrote what they meant, and they meant what they wrote. And they realized that wasn't going to be realized right at the time. But they didn't create slavery. That had been something that had been in human history for all of recorded human history, and it had been in the colonies for over 150 years prior to the announcement of the Declaration of Independence. So Lincoln's point is, look, they were dealing with that reality. They structured the Constitution in a way that they believe would lead to the extinguishment of slavery over the years. So, for example, they stopped the slave trade coming in, I think, after like 15 years, and they did all these other things. And so that's why he thought Dred Scott was such a problem, because he thought that was going against the founders' vision that, okay, this is an evil we have. We don't have the political capacity to have a union and necessarily deal with it, but we can put it on a path to extinction. And he saw the alternate forces prevailing, and that was one of the reasons why he got involved. Douglas was basically saying, oh, no, you know, the founders, this is what they wanted, all this other stuff. That is actually more in line with what the modern left says, what Douglas was arguing. So Lincoln's view is that the principles are universal. Founders envisioned that these would be applied through the years, and that the founders envisioned, you know, that ultimately, you know, slavery was on its last legs. Now, it didn't turn out that way because of Dred Scott and some of these other political decisions that were made in the ensuing years, and of course was one of the main reasons that there was a Civil War. But that was really what Lincoln believed. I mean, he believed it was a revolution based on natural rights, that the founders meant this, and that here we are, and the Dred Scott decision supporters are really rejecting the founding creed of the country. So if you want to know whether the founders are worth studying, Lincoln would say, absolutely, that's the first place you need to go. A lot of the people on the modern left, they would side with Stephen Douglas in those 1858 debates. So it's just an interesting way that this comes. So I think it's important to be able to show how he was doing. And then obviously, just having been president during probably the most difficult time that the country had. You know, you had the Civil War, then you had the question of, okay, as the Union took the upper hand on that, you know, how do you deal with the issue of slavery? And eventually Lincoln pursued and eventually was successful in teeing up the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which abolished slavery nationwide. And then, of course, they did the 14th and 15th Amendments, which, you know, basically the point was to make sure that everyone was treated equally as a citizen. And there were a whole bunch of things that happened there. So he was very important to that, and I think you can learn a lot from them. Now, speaking of the 14th Amendment, I just got word the Supreme Court has upheld birthright citizenship for illegal aliens, rejecting the limits proposed by Trump. Look, I haven't had an opportunity to read that opinion. I don't know whether they have at least given Congress an ability to legislate something differently. But when they did the 14th Amendment, what they were trying to do was overturn the Dred Scott decision. Dred Scott said that the Supreme Court in Dred Scott said Dred Scott wasn't a citizen because he was black, he couldn't sue. And Lincoln rejected that. And so what they wanted to say is, wait a minute, no, you're a citizen, regardless of race, and we're going to correct that injustice. That was the purpose of it. It was not to have people show up from China for 2 weeks, have babies, get them citizenship, and then go back to China. I mean, how ridiculous has this become? And it wasn't, even though they didn't really conceive of illegal immigration at the time, because transportation was more difficult, it wasn't as easy to come to a country illegally, as it has historically been to the United States, particularly when Biden was in. But they never would have thought that somehow people coming in against the wishes of the people who are responsible for electing people and writing the laws, that you come in against the law, have a kid, and somehow that's an American citizen as well. So I think in terms of the original understanding, they never conceived that it would end up being this way. Now, I was predicting this was going to come out this way, unfortunately, because I just remember, when I was in law school, they drum it into you. Oh, it's already been decided. Anyone that steps foot, you do that, it's automatic. That's the original understanding. And a lot of people, I just assumed that was correct. Then when you actually read and you study the debates and you understand what they were trying to do, I don't think that's how it was originally understood. So the question is going to be, did they say as a matter of constitution that you could never limit birthright citizenship, even statutorily? Because if they said that, then it's not just the fact about Trump doing it through executive order. Then it's basically saying we could vote overwhelmingly to say no birth tourism. You have to be lawfully present here, otherwise it doesn't apply. And basically, they're going to tell you out of luck. Now, it may be that they ruled that Congress could enact those changes, but you just can't do it through executive order, which effectively was what the president did. He issued an executive order. He said, we don't recognize citizenship in these cases, particularly the birth tourists and people that have come to the country illegally. And maybe that's not the case. So we'll have to look to see that. It's not surprising that that was the case, that the decision came out that way. You could just tell from kind of the oral arguments. I would imagine, was it 7-2? Did you guys see? What was the 6-3? Alito, Thomas, and who else in the dissent? See, these things, like, Alito and Thomas are on the right side. I mean, like, you don't even have to, know the thing. You just know, no matter what happens, they're going to be on the right side of it. Sorry, this is real-time news, guys. We're doing the best we can. I think
Roberts gave the opinion.
No, I knew that he would do that, yeah. The case will have a syllabus where they'll list it out on the front page or one of the first pages who's doing it. Anyways, 6-3. Okay, all right. So we'll have to see. Look, if they said that there's nothing you can do short of constitutional amendment to limit, then that's going to be a really devastating decision. If they said can't do it through executive order, but you can do it through Congress, I'm not saying this Congress that hasn't done much is going to necessarily come on and do it, but at least you have an avenue where you can run on this. And I think it's really, really important. The thing about, I look around the country and, we've had people, and you see it in some of these election results, some of the people that have been brought in over the last 20, 30 years, they don't like the country. They want to import where they came from, which, some of these countries are really messed up, and ultimately expect us to change to go in that direction. And I just think that, first of all, that's not the way I would want to live. But second of all, how ridiculous. I mean, imagine if some of us showed up in France and we just showed us, oh yeah, you got to start doing, they would laugh at you, right? I mean, that's just not the way it is. So this birthright is an issue in terms of people can come. You kind of have, if you have kids, then it's hard for them to remove you at that point, and that's definitely been game. There's no question. But it's a larger issue about not just illegal immigration, but who is legally being let into the country, and are these folks people that are rejecting, kind of the American way of life? And I think, unfortunately, we've seen that in larger numbers over the years. In any event, we will look at that decision, and we may have some more some more comments on it as we go forward. So I think it's appropriate to have it here in the Villages because I know there's a lot of patriotism. I know people really appreciate not just the Founding Fathers, but also people that have exemplified what the Founding Fathers stood for. I think Honest Abe is one of those. I mean, he was the first ever Republican president. I mean, like, what better place to signify that than in the Villages, right? So, and he was, at the beginning of his second term, obviously tragically assassinated, and it cut short his life, but it hasn't cut short his legacy. His legacy is enduring. He's rated as one of the top presidents in American history. Some people rate him as number one. I rate Washington as number one because I just think he was indispensable to the formation of the country. But nevertheless, he's in a very, very rare echelon in American history. And now we'll always have this here to be able to pay proper respects. Okay, Cord Bird and then Brian Griffin.
Well, thank you, Governor, and good morning. I see many friendly faces in the crowd. It's always great to be back in the Villages. And the Governor's correct. Abraham Lincoln deserves his place in the pantheon of American presidents. And it is well known that he wrote many of his own speeches, many of which today are regarded as masterpieces of poetic and artistic expression. He was an eloquent public speaker who had the capacity to raise the emotions of the audience. And when he became president, the fight against slavery was already an old issue, and the Civil War was a culmination of decades of conflict. He knew it was time to renew and regenerate old values. Lincoln strategically applied himself to this task. He resurrected the Declaration of Independence, dusted off the Constitution, and brought back a sense of pride and patriotism that had not been seen since the days of the American Revolution. Lincoln revitalized the old values of Americanism and reminded all citizens why the United States was formed in the first place. And he often turned to biblical scripture, and to do this, he called the Constitution the Declaration of Independence the golden apple. The why do we do this? And then it was in a frame of silver, which is the Constitution, it's how the Republic is to govern itself. And then on November 19, 1863, after listening to the principal order of the day, Edward Everett, speak for nearly 2 hours, and I promise I won't go on that long, Abraham Lincoln spent only 2 minutes delivering the now famous Gettysburg Address, reminding the nation what the Civil War and America is all about. And that's what we're doing in Florida, and with the governor's leadership and initiative. It was last July 3rd that we put up a statue in Jefferson County of Thomas Jefferson, and we've been doing this the entire year, really making it a celebration. And it's incumbent upon all of us. As Ronald Reagan said, freedom isn't passed in the bloodstream. So it's incumbent upon all of us here, the adults who have been blessed to grow up in a free and prosperous nation, to leave that to our posterity, to teach our children what this nation is about. And that's what this America 250 celebration is all about. It's why Florida is doing it. And this isn't hyperbole. We're doing it bigger, longer, better, more than any other state. And I'll be on 4th of July. I'll be Florida's ambassador up in Washington, D.C. At the Great American Fair. Brian Griffin's going to come up in a minute. He's already been there, but if you've seen on TV, the Florida Pavilion is the best in D.C. And it's just been a real honor to travel the state, to be able to unveil these statues, and to remind us as all Americans how privileged and blessed we are to live in the greatest and freest country of the world. So thank you. Honor to be with you today.
Well, good afternoon, Villages. I'm Brian Griffin, President and CEO of Visit Florida, which is Florida's tourism agency. And we've been a main partner with the state of Florida in helping to execute these 250 celebrations, and we're very proud to do it. Florida is, as the governor and Secretary Byrd have said, leaning all in, going all in to make a big celebration for 250 and to invite people, residents and visitors alike, to celebrate 250 in America. Part of that has been this statue series, which I'm so proud to see off the ground. As the governor said, while other places around the country were tearing statues down, Florida reversed and stopped the trend. We are putting statues up of our founding fathers and great American presidents, and in doing so, we are righting a wrong. Visit Florida has also put out a docu-series that highlights 7 destinations around the state where you can go and see landmarks and history. We highlight the stories of Miami, Tallahassee, and Port St. Joe together, Tampa, the Keys and the Everglades, Cape Canaveral, Pensacola, and St. Augustine. Those were made specifically to celebrate 250 and to talk about Florida's role in contributing to our great republic. If you want to see those, go to America250FL.com. And as Secretary Byrd said, we also have put together a pavilion at the Great American State Fair in D.C. I was just there. It's about this temperature actually up there. It's pretty warm. But the Florida Pavilion has been very popular. In fact, we've had a line every day we've been open. We went all out to make sure that visitors had a great experience. And if you're in the D.C. area or going to be in the D.C. area for D.C., definitely hit up the Florida Pavilion. It's an honor to be here to celebrate President Lincoln, the president who preserved the Union, who championed the 13th Amendment and pushed us closer to our ideals, who bound a nation's wounds, and of course, the quintessential self-made man, a man who demonstrated the American dream. And so it really is a fitting part of the statue series, fitting to be here in Florida, and this is for people to remember those virtues. All these statues are a way for people to remember what Lincoln called the better angels of our nature, virtues that helped form and shape this country. And now this statue and those others around the state will be here for a long time to come to share that story with future generations. You know, there is actually some Lincoln, Florida history that you can visit if you go all the way down to the end of the Keys and hop on a boat and go to the Dry Tortugas out to Fort Jefferson. You can see where we held one of the conspirators in the assassination plot, Dr. Mudd, who was the man who set John Wilkes Booth's leg after he broke it jumping from the balcony. His cell is still there and you can tour around it. It's a really interesting stop. It tells history there, and that is part of the driving tour that we've put out for people to see different parts of American history in Florida. Again, America250FL.com is where you can find that driving tour. These celebrations, I know we're coming up on the 4th and we're going to do it big, but these are going to continue all year. Visit Florida is certainly going to continue to put out opportunities for people to experience history around the state. So if you haven't made plans to come to Florida already and be here for 250, you know, do so. You've got all year long. I want to thank the governor, of course, for doing this for our state. I want to thank the governor and the legislature for your support of tourism and tourism marketing so we can continue to provide these opportunities for residents and visitors and be such a big part of America 250. You know, this is a good thing. We're a good country, and it is good and right for us to be vocal and unequivocal about American ideals, those that revere liberty and those that push the world towards freedom. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I was able to do a little quick research on the Supreme Court's birthright citizenship decision, and unfortunately it does appear that it was a complete loss in terms of it was a 6-3 on the holding. 5 justices, Roberts, Barrett, Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson, held that anybody, you know, you could have shown up on a commercial flight, go to the hospital from China, have a baby, that's an American citizen, that the Constitution commands that. So would that mean, and I think Kavanaugh's concurrence is that maybe Congress could actually do it, you just can't do it through executive order. And then I think the 3 dissenting justices said that's not the proper interpretation of the 14th Amendment. So whether the president can do it or Congress, the Constitution doesn't mandate that anybody that shows up, it has to be afforded citizen just by birth, even if they're unlawfully present. But it doesn't appear, from what I saw, that there would be a way to legislate something different. And so that decision in birthright citizenship means, in effect, unless there's an amendment to the federal Constitution, that you will have birthright citizenship for birth tourists and people coming to the country illegally indefinitely. And so that's a tough one. I don't think that that's the original understanding of it. But what I think it does is, like, you know, you got to make sure that people on visas can't just come and abuse it. You got to make sure the border remains secure. You got to remain all these different things to really get a handle on it. I know we've made a lot of progress with the border since the President Trump took office, but I know there's people coming over from China and some of these other places. It's a massive cottage industry, and quite frankly, it's an abuse of American citizenship. So I'm definitely disappointed. Okay, do we got any questions back there? Well, whatever we have, he had worse. We should put in perspective. I mean, he got elected president of the United States, and half the country left when he got in because they were worried about what he would do as president. And that's not easy. And the fighting was brutal. And there was a lot of people that died in the course of the Civil War. But I think his view at the end of that, and what he said in his second inaugural is, with malice towards none and charity for all, you have to bind up the nation's wounds. And so if they could take that posture after that very bloody struggle, I think it kind of puts in perspective some of the things that we have in this country, you know, that are divisive. We're allowing some of the stuff to be divisive. I think unnecessarily. Part of it's social media, part of it's this. I mean, honestly, some of the stuff you see on social media, guys, is not true. I mean, that's just the reality. I have people, Governor, is this true? And I'm like, now you tell me, do you think that's true? So, but that's just kind of the tit for tat. There's different people obviously can make money off the division. There's just a bunch of stuff. But I do think that there are real cleavages. I think there's a lot of real cleavages about the founding of this country and whether America 250 is something that's universally positive. I think in 1770 or in 1976, I wasn't born yet, but they had the 200th anniversary. And I think people, it seems like just looking at the historical record that it was really, really a great moment for the country. And so what I would just say is you don't have to think everything was done perfectly, but you should acknowledge that these were folks who, they risked a lot to establish this country. They were well regarded. Most of them were very wealthy. They were influential in the colonies, and they knew that if they took this step, failure would result in their death. No question, that's what would happen. And so it was the ultimate risk that was taken, and the risk was taken to say, you know, do we have rights from God, or are we just subjects to the king? Can we have a rule of law, or is it just whatever somebody across the pond happens to think on a whim? Can you actually govern yourself? Or should we just have various forms of despotism? That was the ultimate question they were looking to ask, and they risked it all to be able to give this country the chance to confound history and show that, yeah, actually people can govern themselves. And so those are questions we're still asking today. The 1776, 1787, 91, all these key times when we had these great documents, things were different then. They didn't have self-driving cars. They didn't have, you know, rocket ships to outer space. They didn't have modern communications, but human nature was exactly the same then as it is now. The worry about concentrated power was the same then as it is now. All these things are perennial issues. They just apply in a different context. And they got more right than any other generation in human history has gotten right. So I think it's a time to celebrate and to be thankful. And I noticed some of the most, you know, vicious critics of America and the founders, these are some of these people, like, they've chosen to come here from other countries and, you know, denigrate. I think that you should study history and give them their due, as well as people like President Lincoln, who exemplified those values through very trying times. So what will happen is, if it, again, this was not my proposal, mine was bolder. So it was a truncated view of so it'll be a big property tax cut. I'm for it. I think everyone should vote for it. And I think you guys will get relief. And honestly, these local governments are not going to starve. It'll still be way more money than they had, you know, even 5 or 6 years ago. So don't buy that. So it's a little bit different than what I had done. But I know what will happen is that if and when it passes, and I assume it's going to pass, but I don't know. Mine would have passed because we really studied it. There will be a need to do an implementing bill in the post-November, pre-January timeframe, because there's things that are going to have to be ironed out. And so I'll be involved in that with the new legislative leaders. You know, part of the issue with the property tax was, you know, I had to work with the Senate on it. You know, I had a very hostile speaker who was trying to block everything we did. That's just a fact. And so I worked with them on it, and our goal was, you know, unveil it, the Senate president endorsed it, and then have them send it, and basically the House would have to pass it. Well, the House, you know, wouldn't pass it. And so they would only pass the scaled down version. So it just is what it is. I think it's still positive, but I think it was not quite the opportunity we had to where you could have owned your own home. You know, as a homesteaded Florida resident, you know, you would have had tax-free. Some would have had it on day one. Some it would have phased in over time, depending on how valuable your house is. But that would have been really, really significant. So, and we were ready to do and ready to roll on all that. Now, on this one, if it passes, there'll be implementation on how you phase in the benefits. I mean, it says $250. You can get more than that. I believe that we have this massive surplus. We should put aside money and issue grants to local governments if they truly are in a pinch. You know, I'm not going to give them a grant, you know, to launch another DEI initiative. Like, no, we're not doing that. But if you tell me, you know, this municipality, you know, has 2 police officers that they're going to have to lay off because the revenue disruption, you know, can you give us a grant for $300,000? I would do it. You know, this thing, we want to keep things going, but to put it in perspective, we've reduced our budget 4 straight years in Florida. The amount we're spending, not even accounting inflation, is less than it was 4 years ago. Now, there's not a lot of places in the country that are doing that. Let's just be clear. But I raise it because if you go back to local government property tax revenue, we don't get any of it at the state level. It's all local. 2019, they got $32 billion. Today, they're getting $60 billion. So that's almost doubling the property tax revenue in a 7-year period. Some of these county budgets have more than doubled in periods of time. You know, you have some, like in Broward, you know, their school district has lost 50,000 students in the past 8 years, and yet their budget's gone from $2.5 billion to $5 billion. And it's like, you know, what is going on? So a lot of what you're doing in property tax is going to, you know, feed bureaucracy and do that. Now, I'm not saying all local governments are equal. I'm not saying Sumter and Marion are like Broward per se, but I am saying that we've shown you can do it by spending less. All these places can do it by spending less, and I have no question about that. So there will be an implementation period. I will be supportive of being very aggressive and making sure the tax relief is implemented as quickly as possible for people, but then I'm also going to be supportive of targeted grants to localities if they really are in a pinch, because, you know, each locality has a different tax base. We've got some places like Miami-Dade, they get massive money from visitors and rich foreigners who own these extravagant houses. And again, the property tax rollback is only for homesteaded Floridians. And so if you're a billionaire from Brazil, you're paying tax just like you always did. So they have massive amounts of revenue coming in from a variety of sources. We have others that are more bedroom communities that they've just historically relied on even homestead revenue more. Then that doesn't excuse them and say that their residents don't need relief, because they do. But what it may mean is, okay, you know, this county, you know, may need 30 million here. This city may need 5 million, whatever. I mean, we've got the biggest reserves and surplus in the history of the state. And we have an ability to do that. So I'll be in support of both those things if it passes. But what I would tell people is, you know, you're going to hear probably that, you know, no one's going to have any services, all this stuff. If this were done where you had it fully phased in on day one, you're still talking about they would have 20 billion more than they had in 2019 when they had 32 billion. I mean, like, it's still a massive increase in revenue from where we were 7 or 8 years ago. It's just not quite as big an increase. And oh, by the way, 32 billion in 2019, 60 billion now. If you do nothing on property tax, say you vote this down, by 2031, it's going to be 83 billion they're taking in property tax revenue. So that'll be almost tripling the revenue in just a 12 or 13-year period of time. That is, guys, that's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It's not fair to taxpayers. It's not sustainable, though. I mean, we've seen these blue states try to keep spending and do this, and eventually it doesn't work. So we're sitting here, we commissioned audits of both state agencies and these local governments. Blaise Ngolia, our CFO, used to be the state senator for the villages. He has been going around auditing, showing the increases in spending and all this stuff. And, some people will be like, oh, what do you do talking about the local governments? You mind your, okay, yeah, we've reduced spending 4 years in a row. How do you like them apples? We're doing it. We're not just talking, we're walking the walk. Anyone else? So what I would say to you is this: you are going to hear those horror stories from every local government in the state. They are going to. I know that, and they're doing that to try to get people to not vote for this. They have a self-interest in keeping the gravy train going. If you can't see that, I don't know how I can help you. You're going to continue to be inundated by this. They're going to tell you. They're going to tell you there's no money for infrastructure. You're not going to have any money for police. You're not going to have any money for any of these things. They are going to say that over and over again. And let me ask you this question. Excuse me, I'm answering your question. You asked the question, I'm answering it. If we had $32 billion in 2019, I came here, I was all over the state. Did we not have services in 2019? I mean, is this, do I have amnesia? I mean, yes, we did. So even if you just said 2019 levels, adjust for population and inflation, that'd be like 43 billion, 44 billion. You're having way more, even if you pass this property tax thing. So don't buy the hype that you're not going to be able to do these things. I can tell you, anytime the property tax is put to voters around the country, you hear the same arguments over and over again. And look, mine was a lot bolder. I mean, like, part of me is like, I'm voting for it, but part of me is like, you watered it down, right? It's like, so if anything, your concern should be it should have been bolder. Not that somehow this is going to be. So yes, they are going to say, oh, we can't give pay raise because property tax, we can't do this, we can't do that. You're going to be inundated with that. They're going to try to get every single person who is connected to local government to be hostile to doing things for taxpayers. But one of the things is, people that work in these agencies pay property tax too, and they are getting hit. And they would like to have a break as well. So that's going to be the hype. I think you're going to continue to see that going on. But this proposal the legislature did, really at best, even when it's fully implemented, it will reduce your homesteaded property tax burden by about 2/3. And so, if you're paying, $10,000. You're going to get 2/3 off that once it's fully phased in. People that have lower value homes are going to get that quicker. So it's good. It's good. But what's that? Well, yeah. Look, I mean, honestly, all this stuff. This is what it's funny. In the 1970s, California had a big property tax revolt. Is anyone here from California, by the way? We do. Okay. So, yeah, so 1978, they did something called Prop 13. I know the history about it because it was run by a guy named Arthur Laffer, who's a friend of mine, and he did President Reagan's supply-side tax cut, Laffer curve, all this other stuff. And so they basically did this major property tax rollback, capped it, all this other stuff, and they had both parties were against it. The Business Roundtable was against it. The unions were against it. All the local governments were against it. The media was against it. And he's like, you know, all we had was just this one little group of people, the voters. And so they spent all this money saying you're not going to have services, you're not going to do that. And the voters voted it like 65, 67% and passed it. And guess what happened? You know, there were a couple years where the state had to help out, and then it boomed. And they did great. And honestly, like, they should have gone even further in hindsight. So this stuff all there's nothing new under the sun. You're going to hear that. You're going to hear all this stuff. Like I said, I put aside in my proposal an actual fund to provide grants if there were a situation that was really significant. Even though I also believe that rolling back, you could still get the job done because you're still getting way more than what you got, you know, just 4 or 5 years ago. That's not even disputable. But I also figured, you know what? If voters know we're gonna have this, that's good. And so I'll still do it, even though it's not part of the amendment. We can still do it. And so we'll do that. But people say, oh, well, you have to backfill all the revenue. No. Giving a grant to help essential is not the same as backfill. Backfill means if they're doing things like a DEI camp, I've got to backfill that. Why would I backfill that? I don't think that's appropriate spending. Of course, I'm not going to backfill, but I will do grants for things that are important to people's communities. And look, when you get this money pouring in, like has happened over the past 6 or 7 years, there's always an incentive to spend. It's just the way, it's human nature. It's not even that, I mean, look, people say, oh, is there corruption? Look, I don't even know. I'm sure there is somewhere, but that's not even the point. The point is how much is being spent over and above inflation and over and above population growth. We're spending less today than we did 4 years ago. We have fewer people working in the bureaucracy today than we did in 2019. So it can be done, and don't let anyone tell you it can't. But I absolutely think you're going to continue hearing that over and over again. And the question is just this, like, you know, do you want relief or not? Do you think, because, you know, when you go to the grocery store and it's a lot more expensive, you know, the reality is the state government doesn't control that. That's not anything you're going to be able to do by voting in November or electing somebody. It just is what, but at the state level, the one thing you can control is how much they can tax you. Do you want to protect your property from the tax collectors, or do you want them to keep using it as an ATM? And that's your choice. And you know what? God bless you whichever way you choose. God bless you, my man. Thank you. What's that? Oh, I one day at a time. Anybody else? Well, I think, as I understand it, the Supreme Court upheld the rights of states to ensure that girls' sports mean girls' sports. I obviously support that. Just for the record, we didn't need the Supreme Court to bail us out in Florida. We dealt with this issue like 6 years ago and did that very quickly. I did not see the holding of the campaign finance. What did they rule? Do you know? Okay, yeah, you know, that was not one that was high on my radar, so I don't necessarily want to comment. But look, on the sports stuff, people forget the frenzy of woke ideology that swept this country in 2020, 21, and 22. Every major corporation in the country was donating massive amounts of money to things like BLM. They were doing DEI. They were doing all this stuff. And really, the only thing that stood in the way was Florida. We stood up against Disney when they were doing it in our state, and we won that fight, and that was a big fight. We were the first state to eliminate DEI from our public universities. We were the first state to eliminate ESG from our pension fund. We took $2 billion from BlackRock. No one had done that. So we really stood and stopped this. I think, in a way, but that women's sports thing at the time when we did it, now it's like the public has kind of sided with the female athletes. At the time when we did it, we were attacked mercilessly for doing it because we were cutting right against the ideology. But, you know, I had these girls, they're in high school and they're running track, and they win a race, and then they go to the next round and they've got 2 boys with the other 3 girls, and they lose to the 2 boys. And I'm just thinking to myself, how is that something that we should be proud of, that's fair, that's just, that's acceptable? To steal somebody else's glory like that and steal their hard work, I just thought it was disgraceful. So we stood up. When we did it, it was unpopular, certainly with media and with a lot of the activists, but it was absolutely the right thing to do. So when we said Florida was where woke goes to die, no state has done more to battle this nonsense successfully than we have in Florida. I can tell you that. Yes. So the question is what's the biggest challenge for the country and then for Florida? Look, I think the biggest challenge for the country is getting our domestic house in order. We have almost $40 trillion in debt. I'd like to say that you can just keep charging things to the credit card indefinitely and we're going to keep partying like it's 1999. I just don't think reality that that's going to be the case. And that's one of the reasons we've worked very hard to be fiscally responsible in Florida. I also think how we handle things like immigration, we have to stop letting people into the country that hate the country. It's not that difficult. And you can't be politically correct about it. You've just got to be honest that that's what we have to do. But we used to think that you come and you'd want to assimilate, and that's how it had been for a long time. And now I think that that's really, really changed. And so you've got to really get a handle on that. You also got to get a handle on the education, particularly higher education. Now, we've done a lot in Florida, and we're proud of that. But across the country, there's a lot of work to be done. You know, you look at these New York City races where they're electing these Maoists to Congress or to the Democrat Party. And, you know, there's different currents, but one of the currents is you kind of have these people that are somewhat affluent that went to these hooty-tooty schools, and they're voting for this stuff. And it's almost like, okay, how did they get to have those views? And I think a lot of it has to do with the education system. So we've done a lot in Florida. We're the only state in the country where in our universities, all tenured professors must undergo review every 5 years and can be terminated for poor performance. And so we've used that very significantly across the state. We also created hiring so that you can hire professors directly and that the current faculty can't blackball them for ideology. So we've brought in a lot of conservative scholars to like the Hamilton School at University of Florida, New College, Adam Smith Center at Florida International University. Amazing, unbelievable. So we're really leaning in on it and working. But I'll tell you, it is a problem that's been decades in the making. And it's not going to be something that's done overnight. Linda McMahon has done some good stuff at the federal level to push back on some of the universities, and I know they have more work to do, but I think the progress has been positive. So there's just a whole bunch of things that go. But it's like, what frustrates me about is if we just didn't shoot ourselves in the foot as a country on some of this stuff. Like, yeah, there's problems that you can't control. Some of these problems have been created by us over many decades. And it's like, just stop doing that. And if we do that, then I think we're going to be good. So I know there's been a lot of good work being done in the last year or two, but we need a lot more to be able to ensure. Are we going to be able to be here 250 years from now and be able to put up a statue of somebody who did some great things, you know, maybe 50 years from now, and say, you know, we made it to 500 years as a country because we had all these patriots that were fighting for the right things and understood all the great principles or not. And I think 250 is a lot for a republic. They typically don't make it to 500 years. And so the question is, are we going to heed Franklin's admonition and keep the republic? And we got a lot of work to do. Thanks, everybody. Happy 4th of July. Happy America 250. See you later. This way.
fully. All right. You get out of people. Hey, Aaron. How you doing? Yo, look on your wrist, man. We're cheering for you. I used to live here at Miami, down in Miami, but I guess I'm over here, so you'll definitely. Yeah. Of course. Thank you. If you need anything at all, give up. Brandon. Perfect. No one.
Wait, let me get rid of my water. Hold on, that don't look cool. You're going to have to like one of those.
All right. So we get on Fox News.
Thank you.
minutes at some point. So, sure. I see. What is up? What's the plan? All right, we'll see ya. See ya. Congratulations. That's so exciting. First election.
Sharon wants to get one group picture of all of us, so let's all kind of stand around it. Come on, Phil.
I know your trick.
Stand a little bit closer to the front, I guess, because I'm undefeated by the high.
How many hours do you have?
It's warm, but it's
Are you on the 172? Oh, that's me. That's awesome. That's so good. With the touch, it goes so much easier.
Wait, I think he moved. I hope he did. 1, 2, 3. You gotta count. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Got it.
Good job, boys. Good luck. Yeah, he's there. Outstanding.
Well, good luck.
Kelly, thanks for coming out.
6 years?
Well, you're going nowhere.
Oh, cool.
Take a picture of what, Mike?
Good route.
Okay. I will get you.
You too.
cambió la cámara. Estaba horizontal. were just waiting for some of the people that's going to lead on the. Please just give us a couple more minutes because we're going to have two persons via Zoom, and we're going to have two persons via Zoom, and we're just trying to have the laptop where the Zoom is originated, so you don't have a jump on the one computer to the other one. We're going to have Ms. Mayra Merchan from the All for Venezuela Foundation from Pembroke Pines, south of Florida, and we're going to have also Juan Gian Rizzo, is the founder of an organization in Philadelphia, Gente de Venezuela, and also he's a rescue guy with a lot of experience on this. Is going to give a quick update on the rescue activities that have been taking place there in our country of origin, Venezuela. So 2 more minutes probably, please. Thank you for the patience. We're almost ready to start. Dice que Mayra se... Where is the computer? Y ella está conectada. Mayra está conectada. Okay, we can start now. Thank you very much. First of all, I mean, just I want to express our gratitude to all the media because without you guys, we couldn't do what we are doing right now in the whole country. With emphasis on Central Florida, where the communities, not only the Venezuelan community, but the majority of communities have been stepping up front to assist the people of Venezuela. I'm a founder of Casa de Venezuela in Orlando. My name is William Diaz, 37 years living in Central Florida. And actually, I assist the owners of this Bravo supermarket when they first came to Florida, because I was involved in a flooring business, and I gave them some opportunity to share business. So our gratitude also to all the volunteers, all the people that have been with the different organizations, putting the effort to collect goods to be sent over the country. But more than that, we define 3 basic phases. Now, today, I'm here with Ms. Mariela Chopite, who is a representative for Bravo Supermarket, and Mr. Cliff Long, who is the CEO of the Orlando Regional Realtor Association. And we have via Zoom Ms. Mayra Merchant, who is the president of a foundation, which is All for Venezuelan Foundation. In addition, we have Juan Janrizo from Gente de Venezuela, Philadelphia, but basically he is today as a part of a team that from United States are coordinating the efforts that the rescues are doing there in the country. So there is a lot of things, protocols that we might follow on the collections of woods. First of all, we have to understand that there the people in the country in Venezuela has too many things to do, and we cannot send them boxes of troubles. What do I mean with that? We must send the material classified. What is for baby, what is food for food, what is clothes for clothes, what is medical supply, and so forth. So we cannot send a box where there is a melange of things there, because then those people will have a lot of extra work there in the country. There is so many things that are necessary, but we should be asking today to stop shipping, sending, donating water, containers of medical bills open. That grandma passed away, and then we have a container with a lot of pills that do nothing but troubles. So we need to have a little bit of conscience on this. And also, I know that there is a desire in the population to assist and to help, and all that help is welcome, but we invite to canalize that with action. We couldn't be doing collection here in Central Florida, but why to be doing that in our office if we have the Bravo supermarkets? Why we going to be opening places in an office or so if we have the foundation All for Venezuela that has an extremely large experience on this? Why we going to tell our cousin go there to rescue some our friends in the building that falls down if there is a group of rescuers that are organized? So that's basically what we need to tell the community, and also that we define 3 phases. Phase number 1 was to provide the rescuers with support and assistance. Remember, rescuers in Venezuela are not like in United States, Spain, or any other normal country. Rescuers and firemen in Venezuela don't have any equipment, don't have boots, don't have clothes, and that we might start for provide the right tools for them to help in the rescue of some people still alive that could be behind the big slab of concrete where those buildings came down. So that's phase number one. Phase number two that we are starting today is the collection of classified foods. And lately, but not last, is going to be a phase where we're going to put together a request to the government in terms of the immigrants, the Venezuelan immigrants in the United States. I don't know if that's going to be called TPS or if that's going to be called DED or that's going to be any specific lawful instrument that can provide with some hope to a lot of Venezuelans. And for now, yes, we might ask to stop deportations of Venezuelans. Now, I would like to give the voice to Juan Gianrizo, and who have just a few minutes that can explain to you about the experience that they have been accomplished, rescued with teams in Venezuela. Juan.
¿Podría hacer un pequeño resumen de lo que digo en español en lo que él?
Sí, claro. Bueno, quería decir que en primer lugar estamos agradeciendo a los medios de comunicación porque gracias a ustedes hemos podido llegar con nuestros mensajes y dar las gracias a todas las personas que de una manera u otra han estado motivados a cooperar y asistir en la recolección de insumos para ser enviados a Venezuela. Decía que hay cosas que no son necesarias en estos momentos, que es el caso de agua, de ropa, zapatos y contenedores con pastillas que eran medicamentos de alguien de la familia. Ese tipo de cosas no lo estamos recibiendo. No hay suficiente agua en estos momentos en Venezuela y no debemos ocupar el espacio de una paleta de agua que puede ir con material de primeros auxilios. También estaba señalando de que tenemos 3 etapas por cumplir. La primera etapa, que es la de rescate, la segunda etapa que empezamos hoy, que es la de recolección de insumos, y en tercer lugar, pero que no es la última, va a ser una etapa de trabajar para conseguir un instrumento migratorio que pueda permitir a personas de la comunidad venezolana permanecer y estar tranquilos, porque realmente el país no está en condiciones, ni la infraestructura, ni políticamente, ni socialmente, de estar recibiendo en estos momentos deportados. Eso básicamente, y queríamos darle la palabra a una persona, Juan Gianrizo, que ha llevado adelante la conexión desde los Estados Unidos con la red de casas de Venezuela y el grupo de rescatistas que están operando en Venezuela, fundamentalmente en el estado La Guaira. Tenemos a Juan. Ok, Juan, bueno, vamos a hacer un puente aquí con el micrófono a ver si nos puedes dar un breve resumen del proceso de rescate que han llevado adelante los grupos que tú has estado coordinando.
Por favor, permítame un segundo que él pueda entrar, que ya lo arreglaron. Ya lo arreglaron.
Okay. Juan, ¿estás allí? Adelante. ¿Tienes la... Ya, Juan, tienes el teléfono, tienes el micrófono. El micrófono lo tienes apagado. Ahora sí. Adelante, Juan, ya puedes empezar.
Bueno, ¿qué preguntas puedo responder?
Danos un breve resumen de las actividades cumplidas, un poquito, cuéntanos rápidamente quién eres y los contactos con los grupos de rescatistas en Venezuela.
Okay. Mi nombre es Juan Yarrizzo, tuve la oportunidad de ser rescatista durante la vaguada de 1999 en la
Juan, perdóname, déjame interrumpirte, ¿lo puedes hacer en inglés?
Claro.
Dale.
Hi, my name is Juan Yarrizzo. I am a former search and rescue operator. I have experience in the tragedy of 1999 on the wireless sector. With this all started, we contact a series of rescue companies and partners in the world and inside of Venezuela to try to establish a connection with three key elements. The first is a connection to local rescue teams on the ground. The second one is organizations and nonprofits that could provide the funding. And the third one is providers of tools that would allow us to empower community and technical rescue operations. So far, we have worked with a little over 5 directly rescue teams, rescue organizations on the ground, which have connected with international and national squads operating. We have deployed tens of power plants, a series of tools for technical rescue operations, and we are confident that we have empowered these rescuers in a record time. So we have managed to provide them with these tools in the first 24, 48 hours. That was the time frame that they needed the most.
Juan, ¿puedes brevemente para Telemundo y Univisión decir algo lo mismo en español brevemente?
Lo repito en español.
Correcto.
Ok, mi nombre es Juan Yarrizzo, ex rescatista con experiencia en el año 1999 en la tragedia de La Guaira. Soy parte de un grupo de voluntarios que se ha organizado para crear una línea de comunicación y de suministro entre grupos de rescatistas que están operando a nivel local, organizaciones sin fines de lucro alrededor del mundo y en Estados Unidos, y proveedores de herramientas y recursos localizados en Venezuela para poder dirigir y suministrar herramientas y recursos a los equipos de rescate operando localmente.
Ok, Juan, te puedes mantener por si acaso alguna pregunta. Vamos a dar la oportunidad a Mayra Marchand de All for Venezuela para que nos cuente un poco cómo van las jornadas y cuál va a ser el protocolo para lo que es el envío y distribución. Okay, Mayra, if you can just take the microphone, and thank you much for being with us. Thank you very much for what you're doing, and we would like to know a little bit about those efforts that you organization All for Venezuela are just taking over, and some details then be stand by just in case any question come for you. Get the microphone now.
Thank you very much. Mi presentación, lo poco que les voy a decir en parte en inglés y después mi amiga lo va a hacer en inglés, es que nosotros nos encargamos de insumos médicos quirúrgicos hospitalarios, estamos ayudando a más de 60 organizaciones. Nosotros no solo estamos atendiendo la emergencia humanitaria en el área hospitalaria tiene más de 20 años y nosotros los hemos acompañado por más de 11. Ahora lo que estamos haciendo es apoyando de forma exponencial por la necesidad existente. Y no solo está pasando en La Guaira, está pasando en otros lugares de Venezuela que también fueron afectados por el terremoto y hay muchos damnificados y por las lluvias. Entonces la inclemencia del tiempo nos está haciendo una crisis inmensa en muchos lugares de Venezuela. Entonces nosotros no solo estamos atendiendo en La Guaira, estamos atendiendo a nivel nacional a los médicos, a los galenos que nos están apoyando a la población venezolana con tantas dificultades. Gracias al Bravo, porque Bravo nos ha permitido y nos va a seguir permitiendo ayudar a esa población más necesitada en el área de alimentos y insumos de aseo personal, cosa que le agradecemos enormemente. De ahora en adelante va a haber muchas epidemias, porque eso lo trae las lluvias, y creo que ahora es el momento de atender el siguiente paso. Pues bueno, muchas gracias. En inglés. Cerca.
No le escuchamos.
Si alguno de los que está presente me puede ayudar a traducir, por favor, que la persona que está a mi lado está un poco nerviosa.
Está difónica también.
Vicente, ¿puedes acercarte para que le traduzca?
No, básicamente
Vicente
hacer un
Pérez,
resumen de
Casa de Venezuela Orlando. ¿Qué tal?
Sí, adelante.
No, básicamente lo que dijo Mayra.
Disculpa. No, yo no la escuché con detalle. No la voy a
Dile, Mayra, repite un poco tu intervención brevemente y vas dejando un poquito de espacio para que Vicente vaya haciendo la traducción.
Gracias, Mayra. Disculpa.
No escucho, disculpe.
Si puede repetir brevemente lo que dijo en español para yo poder escucharlo.
Ok, ¿ustedes me escuchan bien?
Sí.
Ok, les digo que All for Venezuela es un grupo de apoyo que estamos integrados desde hace 11 años ayudando a Venezuela, trasladando insumos médicos, quirúrgicos, hospitalarios y medicina para más de 60 organizaciones a nivel nacional.
Okay. The organization is a support organization for over 11 years, helping to move medical necessities and medication or Venezuela basically, and link it into other organizations in the U.S. mainly. Sí.
En este momento estamos redoblando esfuerzos para poder llegar a estos galenos, a estos médicos que nos están atendiendo, a la población no solo en Caracas, estamos atendiendo a nivel nacional porque tenemos crisis y ha habido movimientos sísmicos que se han sentido en toda Venezuela. En Yaracuy se han caído la mitad de los hospitales, un hospital se cayó la mitad. En el Falcón también fue afectado, entonces nosotros no podemos atender solamente un área, estamos atendiendo a muchas áreas en Venezuela, para lo cual necesitamos el apoyo de ustedes. Repito, en el área quirúrgica, hospitalaria y de medicamentos es nuestra especialidad y Bravo nos está apoyando en el área de atención primaria y de aseo personal a toda la población.
Okay, I'm trying to translate. It was a long answer in Spanish. So basically, as I said before, they are supporting people with medical necessities. She mentioned different parts of Venezuela, the state of Yaracuy and other states, and they are trying to support and see how the medical doctors in Venezuela can be more solidary doing their jobs, okay, with people with needs in the, especially in the ground zero areas affected by the earthquakes.
Okay.
Gracias. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Mayra. Y por favor, mantente pendiente porque puede haber algunas preguntas para ti.
Ok, estoy atenta.
Ok, vamos a pasar el micrófono a Mariela Chopite, representante de Bravo Supermarket.
Saludos, muchísimas gracias a todos por estar aquí hoy apoyando esta causa en Bravo Supermarkets a lo largo de los años. Ya hace 22 años estando aquí en la ciudad de Orlando, en el área de Florida Central, siempre en situaciones de crisis, tanto locales como internacionales, ha dicho presente porque más allá de lo comercial hay un compromiso con la comunidad. Somos vecinos y nos unimos a la comunidad para hacer puente entre la comunidad y todas las instituciones que se organizan para hacer llegar ayudas a los sitios afectados. En este momento, con All for Venezuela, con Casa de Venezuela, estamos abocados a recibir en todas las localidades de Bravo Supermarket de Central Florida participantes la comida no perecedera, artículos de higiene personal que se van a Miami para salir de allá para Venezuela a través de All for Venezuela, y con Casa de Venezuela estamos recibiendo en las cajas debidamente identificadas todo lo que son productos, insumos médicos que serán enviados por Casa de Venezuela a través de sus organizaciones afiliadas para atender también la crisis en Venezuela.
In English?
Sí, okay.
Could be a little bit English. I'm Mariela Chopite and I work with Bravo Supermarkets here in Central Florida since 2004. The first location was this one in the whole state, and Bravo Supermarket, beyond the commercial aspect, have a commitment with the community like a neighbor, and always help the community locally and internationally. In this situation, we make like a bridge between the community and organizations that help communities, as I said, locally and beyond our limits here in Central Florida. So it's a pleasure working with Casa de Venezuela in the medical articles, and with All for Venezuela with the food and personal articles for the Venezuelan people. So Bravo Supermarket always help the community beyond the commercial part. It's our commitment.
Thank you, Mariela. Now I'm going to give the microphone to Mr. Cliff Long. He is the CEO, President of the Orlando Regional Realtor Association. It's an honor for us that he joined this alliance and that we have him with us today here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Cliff Long. I am the CEO of the Orlando Regional Realtor Association and its foundation. On behalf of the Orlando Regional Realtor Foundation, I want to first say thank you to our community partners, elected officials, and everyone that took their time out to come here on today. We're truly honored to stand alongside the families in Venezuela during this incredibly difficult time. When tragedy strikes, whether here in Central Florida or across the world, we're reminded that compassion knows no borders. Families in Venezuela have lost homes, they've lost neighborhoods, and the sense of safety that every parent hopes to provide for their children. Today, they need more than our sympathy. They need our support. The Orlando Regional Realtor Foundation was created to help people during times of crisis and recovery. Through our Bob Caldwell Disaster Relief Program, we have responded when communities are hurting. And today we are extending that same commitment to the people of Venezuela. Beginning today, the foundation will be accepting donated supplies and coordinating support and relief efforts. Items may be dropped off at the Orlando Regional Realtor Association at 5421 Diplomat Circle or at participating Bravo supermarket locations. Why are we doing this? Because in times of need, people can't eat thoughts and prayers. They cannot digest thoughts and prayers. They need actual support. That is why it's important to have partnerships with people like Bravo Supermarkets who are willing to go and actually help people on the streets. I want to encourage everyone listening to please do what you can. Every donation, every supply item, and every act of kindness sends a powerful message to the families in Venezuela. You are not alone. As realtors, we believe home is more than just a place. It is safety, stability, family, and hope. Today, we're asking everyone in Central Florida to help restore that hope for families who need it the most. Again, supplies can be dropped off at the Orlando Regional Realtor Association at 5421 Diplomat Circle here in Orlando, Florida. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Now I think it's time for those that might have any question for anyone on this table or anyone that is via Zoom, Juan Janrizo or Mayra Merchan.
Maria, can supplies be dropped off at any Bravo supermarket, or does it need to be this Bravo supermarket?
Could be in any Bravo supermarket. Every location here in Central Florida have his own, their own social media. So if you follow that, you can see all the progress of the reception of the donation. But it's in every store from Orange City to Poinciana.
And then within the stores, where can somebody go with their supplies? Are they going to customer service? Is there a donation drop-off area?
Yes, the people can come to the customer service counter or ask to the manager, and they will help them to drop off the donations in every location. And we have boxes in front of the store. I'm sorry, we have boxes in front of the stores to receive the donations. The food and personal items in one boxes, and we have the other box for medical supplies. Tenemos todas las localidades de Bravo Supermarkets en Florida Central participando en esta campaña, desde Orange City hasta Poinciana. Cada localidad tiene sus propias redes sociales a través de las cuales estamos notificando todo lo que va sucediendo en cada localidad. Se reciben en cada localidad de Bravo los insumos, hay cajas identificadas tanto para recibir lo que es comida no perecedera y artículos de higiene personal, y la caja de Casa de Venezuela está debidamente identificada para recibir únicamente insumos médicos con su QR code y todo lo necesario para que las personas puedan identificar esa caja para allí exclusivamente poner los artículos de insumos médicos. Como lo dije, las localidades están recibiendo hasta nuevo aviso, la necesidad es bastante grande, así que los que tengan una localidad de Bravo Supermarket cerca de su casa, de su sitio de trabajo, sepan que pueden llegar a cualquiera de estas localidades.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to be collecting the Bravo, and that's why the partnership with All for Venezuela. So we in Casa de Venezuela, we designate a group of volunteers. There is 2 or 3 volunteers for each Bravo supermarket, exactly. And those volunteers are going to be collecting everything in a daily or interday basis and bring it out of the Bravo so we can be in a main center, have it ready to be sent to the foundation or for Venezuela Foundation. They will, as Mayra explained before, we have the shipment ready to go to the country, to the network, the nets that they have in the country. That's basically the way. However, we have been receiving a lot of people that has a connection with a transportation company, with truck. I mean, there is one enterprise that offer for big trucks to be moving from Central Florida to South Florida some of the materials. On my way to this press conference today, I got a call from somebody that has a 40-foot container, and she said that any material that we want to send, that we have the space there. However, in Venezuela, the central area, the port of La Guaira is being affected, as well as the airport. Airport is already fixed, but the port is partially operating right now. There is some other ports in the country, Puerto Cabello, Maracaibo, and Guanta, and those three are a little bit far from the central area, which is the more damaged section in the country.
I don't want you to mention this, but how long are donations being accepted for?
Say it again?
Until when are donations being accepted?
Well, we're monitoring through people like those two guys that we got, Juan Rizzo with the rescuers, and also Mayra Manchan with the All for Venezuela. And we got in contact also with some other organizations within the country. And that will tell us up to when we can take it. Because remember, the case of Venezuela is not that a country that was in normal living and got affected. No, I mean the hospitals in Venezuela were without any supply, starting with that. So never we're going to reach as total satisfaction, and that's going to be something that we might expect for long.
Tengo una pregunta para Mayra.
Rosana.
Yo quisiera saber si ellos como organización que está ahí...
Espera un segundo, a ver si te puedo hacer llegar al micrófono.
A Mayra, si ellos como organización han enfrentado caos o desorganización cuando llegan a los lugares damnificados, si han podido entregar la ayuda en los lugares.
Adelante, Mayra. Vamos a avisarle porque creo que está desconectada. Mientras tanto...
Discúlpame que no escuche la pregunta.
Ok, vamos a repetírsela.
Mayra, Roxana de la Riva del periódico La Prensa, quisiera saber si...
Estoy pendiente con la pregunta.
Si ustedes han enfrentado algún caos o desorganización en los lugares afectados para entregar la ayuda. Parece que no me oye. ¿Sí? ¿Mayra? ¿Mayra? Pero William, pasando a otra pregunta, ¿cómo ustedes van a contactar, cómo van a pedir esta ayuda de alivio migratorio para los venezolanos? ¿Será a los congresistas, a algún senador, al presidente? ¿Cómo se van a acercar a pedir esta ayuda?
Gracias, Rosana. Sí, en medio de todo esto, yo he recibido llamadas de algunos congresistas nuestros de Florida, en primer lugar ofreciendo las condolencias y en segundo lugar poniéndose a disposición, y oportunamente les he mencionado la necesidad de hablar, levantar la voz para tratar de conseguir un instrumento que le dé protección a la comunidad venezolana. Eso pudiese ser un TPS, pudiese ser un DED. Lo importante es que haya un instrumento de protección. El TPS establece la primera fundamental razón, desastre natural. En el caso de Venezuela es desastre natural, desastre político y desastre social. Son tres desastres que se conjugan en uno y por eso creemos que tenemos que tocar esa puerta, a pesar de que la administración ha dado señales de no estar en condiciones, pero bueno, esto va, hay que tocar las puertas, hay que pedirlo, hay que orar, hay que demostrar la necesidad y es la única manera que las cosas se pueden lograr.
Mi última pregunta, han habido lectores venezolanos que se han acercado a la prensa que les piden un salvoconducto para viajar a Venezuela y no se los entregan a tiempo. ¿Tú también vas a pedir que se agilice este programa?
Eso es otra materia que incluso tratamos en la reunión de Casa de Venezuela, una de las reuniones de emergencia de la semana pasada, porque eso es de vital urgencia, personas que necesitan trasladarse, incluso personas que no son de nacionalidad venezolana y no tienen o no saben cómo obtener una visa o por qué vía pueden. En ese caso tendrían que trasladarse a un tercer país. En el caso de los venezolanos, aplicar para un salvoconducto. Eso es otro punto de vital importancia. Muchas gracias, Rosana. La representante Joana López tiene una pregunta. Ok, tenemos a Mayra en lista. Bueno, nosotros en Casa de Venezuela se elaboró una lista, una prelista de común acuerdo con un grupo de médicos que fueron los que aportaron las ideas fundamentales para crear ese contenido, ¿no? Entonces, esa es la lista que a partir de hoy va a estar publicada en todas las redes y a través de todos los medios posibles. Okay.
Incluso en los supermercados
Yes. So starting today is going to be a list of all the specific medical supplies that we encourage the population to start donating, because there is when you talk about medical supplies, that do not mean, like I said at the beginning, that we need to take the pills of grandpa or grandma and then send it to Venezuela. We need over-the-counter medication. We need batteries. We need first aid materials. We need supplies for looks sad, but it's like camping. We need carp, tents. We need boats. We need flashlight. We need batteries. We need everything like that, because there is kids that are abandoned in parks and they are sleeping just without nothing on top. So that is very important, that most of the people go to the Casa de Venezuela page on Instagram or Facebook, and also through the webpage of Casa de Venezuela, the webpage of Bravo, the webpage of All for Venezuela, and you're going to identify what are basically what we're needing. Vitamins, and also those nutrition bars. Those are the kind of things that we need. Electrolysis. I mean, that is what the population is really needing at this point, more than clothes or shoes. Okay, there is not any more question. We really appreciate the response. Thank you very much. And remember, we will be here, any of us, for any contact in the near future, depending on what happened there at the country. Mr. Long, you want to say something? Okay. Mariela.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. Sepan que estamos en la mejor disposición de colaborar, de dar información que se necesite a través de cada localidad de Bravo Supermarket. Personalmente estoy también disponible para cualquier información adicional que necesiten.